welcome to part 2 of this mostly fresh start Occulant Dervish. Hit level 34 last time, so we will be continuing to progress through the storyline on normal, and time allowing, we will also we'll also start up on elite, and then I also do want to farm some better weapons and some Manticore Eyes for the Slaughter Relic. So we'll do one quick Pine Barrens run before we start advancing, and then we are at the Necropolis, so we'll be able to kill Ligorian. Mogar is the main one that's probably going to have a Manticore Eye unless we run into some Manticore Elites. And we got one. Nice. One Manticore Eye, and we have a, this is a level 35 Aggressive Corrosion. So I guess we'll swap this in. Alright, Plague Bearers of Corrosion is giving me flat RR. I don't... Yeah, I think we'll... Of course, Venom Fang is +2 lethal assault, but we're not using that yet, so... We'll just do a quick swap. Keep add-on. And we're one pointing Shadow Strike right now too, so it's not like we have an insane amount of also do Consecration, Nightblade. We want 40 Nightblade as well, so let's do one in Dual Blades. We'll get that soft capped. A couple levels we'll be in good shape, and let's go for Ligorian. Hey, good morning, Canadian guy. Welcome in. I guess we. Do we not do the shrine? That is... Wow, do we have a mark of Harvul? Yeah, we do. Demonic of Attack. That's level 36. Somehow we did the... We killed Harvul, but we didn't do the shrine, it seems, which is... Wait. That is insane. How could we have done that? Oh, well. Our Shadow Strike damage is only going to get higher because we will be, obviously, putting more points in it eventually. Just... have not needed to yet. guess we can kill Plagueis again, see if he drops us a better item. Stalwart of Tormented Souls. Interesting. Kibitz, welcome in. Let's see. Okay, Stalwart of Tormented Souls. This has Pierce and Chaos Res. Yeah, this is better. Okay. We will swap out our Wardstone. Alright, that basically fixes Pierce Res now. Chaos Res is more than fixed. Yeah, resistances are looking very reasonable overall. Could use a little more Aether, but otherwise fine. And, let's see. So do we want the Behemoth? Yeah, we'll take the Behemoth proc. We'll get the... We'll get this next. And, so I think we're going to swap Viper for Wretch. But we're not quite prepared to do that yet. Will cost money in Aether Crystals to respec our Devotion, so I might grab a few of those before we do that. Good day, welcome in, Viley. 4 hours sleep average over the week. That sounds absolutely miserable, Kibitz. Aether Panetti, Ravenous Earth Spellbinder, nice. I hope the farming goes better for you, Viley. Yeah. And 15.5k health is a little underwhelming. Agreed. Yeah, Tomb of the Heretic and Steps of Torment are probably my two favorite dungeons to farm overall, but yeah, no, it's very understandable. Veilkeeper, of course. Yeah, I did this Spellbinder concept, but I did the Lucius weapon with Reaping Arc instead. Yeah, Ancient Grove isn't bad. Gargable can be a little scarier than Morganath. I think in terms of his ability to potentially one shot. Morganath, typically you're gonna know that you're dying.
Excuse, my father and I were
Yeah, the 21 over 12 always feels bad when you can't get that hard cap. I mean, the practical difference is very low, but yeah, it's not like playing a low cooldown Shadow Strike build where you actually need to hard cap Nadalas or you lose zero point 0.2 seconds. Well, that's something. I imagine hard cap Fabric of Reality does work, especially when you can use the racial bonus. Alright, have fun, Kibitz. David's Crossing, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Yes, and Kibitz, mulling can be great fun.
Whatever it is you think you're interested, if you over what you I
We lose the Chaos Res, but Acid, Ring of Steel while leveling, and +3 to Nadal's Justifiable Ends. Seems very good. Alright, we'll so level 40 though. If I can even find it. Where did it go? Did we not pick it up? Or am I just not seeing items in my inventory? That happens sometimes. I could have sworn we did pick it up, though. Oh, we didn't. Okay. I was thinking about picking it up. Alright, so yeah, this is level 40, so we can't equip it yet anyway, but we could also put a black tallow on this for the Chaos Res, which I think is what we'll probably end up doing. Because this has Elemental Res, and Bleed Res would be nice to have, but if we have to be a little under on something, a dot res is probably the one you want to be under on. This will also fix our poison res. So yeah, level 40, we'll swap that out. We'll make a black tallow. We have 4 seals of binding. Yeah. I just saw your comment, Filey. Thank you for thank you for commenting while I was figuring out how I didn't have that. But searchable inventory would be great, Kibitz. Alright, so we'll rescue the witches and do the Shrine and Ugdal quests. I'm not going to worry about finding Silvaria unless she's in the super convenient spawn location. Didn't even see the totem. I'm very laser focused on getting the barrow home at the moment, but oh well. There are plenty of totems to click. We'll be good. Good morning, Silver Fox. Alright, so level 40 will have Acid Ring of Steel. Alright, we do have to check if we get lucky with a Silvaria spawn, and it's on the way, but otherwise we'll worry about that later. Alright, no Silvaria spawn yet. That's fine. We're going to be resetting for some gear farming and other things like that, so it's perfectly alright. the Leaf Mane Horn, we need Venom Gaze Bile, which we'll get from the middle ward. And we'll get the Silvaria quest, but we'll just do it later. Alright, have a good one, Biley. Thanks for dropping by. We'll see you next time. Or not actually doing that quest. Let's turn in some other random stuff we haven't turned in yet. Chaos Pyro dual pistol. That's it's a fun there's the Dark Blaze, of course, but just leveling. You've got the repeaters that Bolvar drops, which also buff Doombolt, which could be fun.
We were never. You've returned. You chose to make the altar of Rotosha. Now that you have, ever since the deep beneath.
Well, that's the important thing, having fun with it. I'm doing all right, Silver Fox. How are you doing? How are you doing? Having a very lazy day yesterday. Managed to go to the gym after streaming, and that was about it. Might do the same thing today. And then Monday, I have to start being productive again. An MRI in the morning and an interview tomorrow afternoon. Oh, good luck with both of them. Exactly, Kibitz. If you're not enjoying gaming, then what's the point?
Unfortunate accident, my emperor. Ogren, yes, to mount I see.
I mean, I suppose if you're a professional and you you make a good amount of money for it, that's one thing. But for 99.9% of us, it's about having fun.
It's good to see you right. Oh, to the north.
Nice. I had my breakfast and coffee a while ago. Walked the dog. Alright, so when we get to Malmouth, I think we're going to do a quick reset and farm a couple areas. So I want to grab a few more Aether Crystals before we out-level Warden's Lab on normal. Getting some nice double drops. We've got an Aether Shard, which is perfect. We need one of those for the shrine. Let's grab the Rift Gate and then we can go back. Yeah, finish the build idea. It's always always good. Okay, so we reset. We do a farming run for Aether Crystals. Maybe we go through the hidden path again to see if we get another slicer. Too many builds, too little time. I think it's a problem we all can sympathize with. Hey, welcome in. Good morning, Rainan. Good morning, Mariano. Welcome in. Devotions. Let's see. We'll take Wretch, and then we'll refund Viper. Stalwart of Corrosion. I really hate OA DA rolls on these weapons. Like, they should just... I mean, is there ever a case where you want an OA roll on a weapon? Are you that desperate for OA that you're going to give up damage? Shrewd of the Wolf. No thanks. Yeah, I mean, I get why it exists in the game. It's just most of the time it just feels bad. Alright, we obviously can't use Shattering Smash because we don't have a shield. Alright. I think I'm just going to push the Oathkeeper Mastery for the moment. And, and this is more flat and more percent damage. We lose the 18 reduce, but I think we have to take it. Hopefully we'll get some damage rolls going forward. We also don't have anything on our amulet, but we could even do an Aether Soul there. I just don't know how long we're keeping this amulet. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, let's go see if we get another Manticore Eye. You know what we're gonna do? You know, Wardstone's cheap enough. We'll just make another one, but then we'll make a black tallow. Which is a little actually, let's see. 9 over 32. Yeah, we need a black tallow. Riftstone. Yeah, okay, we have plenty of roiling blood. Tallow. Alright. Black tallow goes here. Slide this in. I think we'll put the wardstone in the helm for the moment. Okay, other than Aether, our resistances look pretty good. So it's ironic that we're going into Malmuth, but it's not that bad. And alright, we have the Acid Ring of Steel. And Nadal's Justifiable Ends is up to 15, which is very solid. Put another point in Shadow Strike. Slowly ramp up the damage for that. Alright, let's do this. We'll get the steel cap base, and then maybe we'll do a reset, go for the Manticore Eye again. So I would like to get +1 Nightblade.
I've spoken with Corinne. Corinne.
And Silver Fox, I think both are good skills. Like, Grenado is, I think, easier to reliably use as a source of damage because it's lower cooldown, but yeah, Canister Bomb is also a fun skill. Miso on a 15 stream streak. Very nice. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, Miso.
The outpost resistance had it.
There you are. Well, this
That is true. Barrelsmith, Elementalist, or Sork can very comfortably do both.
Well, good.
Alright, let's go for another run for Manticore Eye. Might also run Warden's Lab again. You can't have too many Aether Crystals, really. I still think most Flat Earthers are trolling. No Manticore Eye, but we can see if we get lucky with this totem. Alas, 'tis not to be. Quick scan for some Manticore elites. So I would like to craft this relic. We might just, Oh, there's one. Two, actually. Neither want to drop an eye, though. Alright, let's, do another run. Yeah, you told us about that, Misa. That was... that was something. I think the best part, if I remember Miso's story correctly, is not only was this girl a flat earther, but she actually had training in science. As in, like, I think... I forget if it was biologist or something else, but... for someone with a legitimate scientific background to to do that, biologist, yeah. No Manticore Eye. Quick search for Manticore elites. I'll try, I think, one more run, and then I do want to move on. We'll get the Nightblade relic by the end of today, but I'm not going to obsess over it. A little bit of extra farming never hurt anyone, though. Alright. One more run, and then we go back to Malmoth. Alright, no Manticores. Let's just go to Malmoth. Get some work done there. Good morning, Farnsworth. Welcome in. I mean, it doesn't help that many scientists are overconfident in things that are outside of their area of expertise either. Yeah, there are probably doctors who don't believe in vaccines. Uh, in a lot of cases, it's nuanced, yes, Farnsworth, but any profession that's large enough, you're going to have some complete chucklehead numbskull types who just manage to pursue pure quackery. Alright, so because we don't have the faction mandate, we're not going to get respected before we turn in the Theo quest, so there's no point dropping the portal that we'd normally drop here. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is that anyone who's a lot of people who are really good at one thing, it inflates their ego on things that have nothing to do with it. It's like listening to actors talk about politics. The average person who is famous at convincingly portraying fictional characters, shockingly, that talent does not correlate to ability to understand the political situation. Yeah, it's...
So this is what the
Which is not to say that you shouldn't have political opinions as an actor. It's just to say that you're as a Hollywood actor who is famous for a combination of being good at acting and being ridiculously attractive, which is typical archetype. There's just no correlation between that and valuable political insight. It's like if your opinions are worth a damn, they might be worth sharing, but if you know absolutely nothing and contribute nothing to the conversation, then famous person echoes talking points is just not that interesting.
Captain Wilford, I'm
I have never downloaded TikTok. I probably never will. The idea of putting more social media in my life is just, why would I do that to myself ever? Yeah, I tend to care less about people's opinions and more about their process for getting there. Like, if your process is reasonable, if you have thought things through, if you've considered how you might be wrong, ideally you've actually taken the time to listen to arguments that are well made by people who disagree with you. Well, in that case, all right, we can agree to disagree, or I guess we can agree to agree depending on what your opinion is. But as long as it's well thought out and you're not so arrogant that you can't understand how someone could, in good faith, come to another conclusion, it's pretty reasonable to have a conversation and do business with people. But the complete certitude from people who seem to lack the ability to think critically, combined with moral preening about the superiority of their views. That gets old. Yeah, I wouldn't. Thing is, there are some people on Reddit who aren't bad, but most people on Reddit are kind of jerks.
I will enjoy crushing.
And yeah, yeah, Silver Fox. I mean, that's rough to lose a friend like that. But I mean, I think especially in the modern era, people have just gone completely insane when it comes to politics. It's And I think other than the political parties, the people who profit most from political polarization and us being at each other's throats over differences of opinion are maybe a few activists who traffic in rage bait and make money off of it, but it's probably people like Zuckerberg and anyone who runs a social media company. Because the more rage there is, the more engagement there is, the more ads you sell. I will say I don't think most people on either side take it to that extreme. There is, however, an unfortunate lunatic fringe that does not get sufficiently marginalized. It's like if you're talking about physically harming people who disagree with you, then we shouldn't be listening to you. And a lot of the people who are doing that stuff are probably violating terms of service of the platform they're on, but it's just not being enforced against them. Don't have great damage. Gotta get some more points in Shadow Strike. That was a little rough. Took too much time. Let's get more damage. Morndale, your day is ruined. Welcome in, Mr. Tech. I mean, I think in the United States, a lot of the activist fringe of the right isn't even ideologically conservative. It's just a mix of grievances and paranoia.
We've been preparing to. I'm talking about the.
So we could get Guardians. We could put something on them. Alright, level 45. Let's see. Devotions. We have... got one. What else do we do? Wait, where's our Pierce Res? Just sworn. Could have sworn we had more Pierce Res than this. It was probably on the Marketplace. I guess we lost. But we probably want to do something about that, though. Yeah, that's... I'm not even going to comment on the river quote. Not thinking through the logical implications of what that's saying or caring about what that's saying is just... Which does not require supporting the foreign policy of a particular country, but holy shit. Understand that some of the people that one might be supporting are not people you want to be supporting. All right. Enough of that. I mean, we can continue chatting, but I'm done on that point for the moment. Let's get a Manticore Eye. Get a Relic. We'll get Slaughter. Nah, no need to apologize, Silver Fox. It's fine. Wait, what the heck? Why is this? Oh, I screwed this up, didn't I? Ring of Steel, Ascension. I have the wrong hotbar. Pneumatic Burst. Aether Cluster. Okay, that's one. This is two. So put Guardians here. assumed I had the wrong hotbar. I just didn't didn't look at it in detail. I mean, I have to edit a collection of a book that's basically a year by year political collection of political essays that I wrote starting tomorrow. So politics will be on the brain for a while. Anyway, let's get a Manticore Eye. Productive stuff on build. David's Crossing, welcome in. I think you followed earlier. Occasionally we get sidetracked on non-Grim Dawn subjects here. Oh, speaking of non-Grim Dawn subjects, I'm now on book 4 of Dungeon Crawler Carl because apparently now that I've started it, I get on the bike and I need my junk food fix. You're gonna buy all my books. You'd have to know the name they're written under, Morndale. It might be a slight challenge, but appreciate the statement nonetheless. Manticore Eye, thank you. Resolute of Supremacy. That might actually be good for us. Let's craft the Slaughter. Slaughter, okay. Do we have... Okay, we have a Chains of Oleron, we have a Vicious Jawbone, we have 3 Manticore Eyes, and we have a Guile. We're going to lose some OA, but get +1 Nightblade. That's worth it. Let's see what else. Maybe reassign a point or two.
What troubles you?
Alright, I think just the 1, and let's push a little more in Oathkeeper. Yeah, we desperately need Pierce Res. Let me see, what can we Milton's Cask of Thorns. This does have the Aether Res. You know what, let's go kill Milton and see if he wants to drop. It's not going to be a high level item, but maybe it'll drop with resistances. Let's see. Stalwart of the Flesh Hulk. Well, it's an upgrade. It's got Pierce Res. Still not... I mean, we're still going to be way under when we go to Elite, which is not great, but we'll be less screwed. That's something. Elemental Res is good. Pierce Res is a complete clusterfuck. Poison and Acid Res is mediocre, but it'll be kind of acceptable. Let's see. Yeah, anything is an upgrade over that. I fully agree with that rating. That was a rough roll, but it gave us our early Aether Res, so it's kind of good enough. Devil's Crossing respected. Okay, we don't have any augments that are actually going to... Well, let's see. This is a poison and bleed res. It's more armor. We lose the stun res, which isn't great, but... And we lose +3 to smite. Let me just see. Chaos res are 76. So this would drop Chaos res to 50. The Demon Touch. Is that, that's probably something. I'm trying to remember what that does. It's been a minute. Okay. The fizz to fire, if that's not a problem, it's probably okay. Other than that, I mean, it's extra damage while you're leveling. It's not, and the leech, I guess, is pretty nice too. And then unless you need resistances like an imbued silver or purified salt, something like that, it's probably okay. Hey Johnny, welcome in. Okay. We are trying to figure out how we're going to get resistances. Should I kill Cronley? +3 Circle of Slaughter. Yeah. I mean, eventually you'll get to the Blood Grove and such, so... Aggressive. Maybe we'll get a better shoulder as well. This is what? Stalwart of Destruction. Yeah. I mean, Oleron's Blood is a little expensive if you're on a fresh start, but other than that, it is a very reasonable choice. But yeah, if you have nothing else, something that gives you a bit more damage and leech isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, it's usable. But yeah, if you have the Seals of Binding and all that stuff, then Oleron's Blood's pretty... it's good to get a weapon pool skill that also gives you damage reduction. Resolute of Thunder. Thank you for nothing, Cronley. We can also, you know, let's do Sylvaria, see if we get a good Vine Ring. That might also be a thing we can do. So, weapon pool skill is something like Smite or like the Nightblade things that that have a chance to be used when you're auto attacking. So yeah, any of the weapon pool skills you're using will basically be stronger than your normal fire strike without any weapon pool skill. So it'll be plus damage, and ideally you have 100% weapon pool skills. Now, Fire Strike is it's a default attack replacer. So yeah, like you could have weapon attack on say right mouse here, or like Righteous Fervor or Fire Strike. So Righteous Fervor basically is a stronger weapon attack, and then within Righteous Fervor you want 100% chance ideally to proc a one of these skills, which like you can see even one pointed Belgothian shears, and rather it does 128% main and offhand damage. So it's and that applies to whatever damage Righteous Fervor would be doing. So those skills are all going to boost your damage. Yeah, so Demo and Occultist don't have any weapon pool skills, which is why something like Oleron's Blood and then Seal of the Void, when you get higher level, you can get metals and relics can have can provide additional weapon pool skills, and then some weapons or sets themselves provide one. I think Dark Blaze gives you something. So you combine all those things together and you should be alright, but that's at max level when you have all your gear. Yeah. So level 31, I mean, you're a normal, you can probably kill stuff regardless, but Oleron's Blood is a good start, and then Seal of the Void. Stalwart Vine Ring of the Slith. Which does... what exactly? Of the Slith is one of those suffixes. I never remember what it does. There's a little bit of Pierce Res. So we'll turn this quest in. So Oleron's Blood is a craft, but as is Seal of the Void. And I think one of the factions sells the blueprint. If you don't have it, I can't remember which one. It might... I don't even want to say because I'm not sure. I bought the blueprint a long time ago. It might be Black Legion. It might be Vigil or Kaimon, because they'll both sell certain blueprints. Black Legion. Okay, thanks, Johnny. Much obliged. Okay, Final March is what? Aether? This is giving me a little bit of Aether and Slow Res. We probably can find boots that give us more legitimate resistances. Alright, if we get rid of Shadow's Grasp, we lose +2 to Shadow Strike, but we get a ton of extra Pierce Res. Like, these are not great gloves, but they are an improvement over what we have. It's a bit of it's going to be a DPS loss, but we can assign some points and overcome that. Like, this at least gets us to slightly overcapped, which will be much lower once we're on Elite, but it's a start.
Is it up to you? Come see what's left of my wares.
Okay, let's just go to Elite. I don't think we're going to get too much more sitting around on normal. Sure. So lifesteal is attack damage converted to health. It's on page 2 of the character sheet. It's underneath the in the physical damage section, and this applies to attacks that do percent weapon damage. Like if you have something that does 100% or more weapon damage, this number applies. If you have something that says it does 50% weapon damage, it'll be half of this. And some skills have their own skill-based attack damage converted to health as well, but for like generic lifesteal, it's going to be this. And if you're using weapon attacks, this will be the number. All right, we're 50. Pierce, poison, res aren't great. I mean, the other thing we could potentially do is we could do Silk Swatch and stick an anti-venom salve on the boots. Maybe, actually, I'm going to quickly go back to normal. I'm going to do that. We're going to be responsible hardcore Grim Dawn players and actually do something about resistances. Yeah, exactly. It scales up to 100% as Johnny's saying. Otherwise, you'd have some pretty OP skills like Cadence Hits, Blitz, Shadow Strike. Keep item. Give a resilient plating. Swatch. Anti-venom salve. Put that on boots. Alright, well, we'll have some better resistances now. This feels a little more responsible. I mean, yeah, certain things that do enough damage will fully heal you on one hit. Okay, Pierce Res feels better now. Poison Res is what it is.
You're not looking too bad. The body you will need to. You're not looking too bad. The body you.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean by passive versus non-passive, but like you have to be attacking and doing damage for it to work. But I mean, it basically just works in the background and heals you as you're doing damage. Whereas something like health regeneration, you don't have to be doing anything for it to apply. It just is automatic. Yeah, that's for if it, specific devotions that are on hit. True enough, Morndale. But most of the attack damage converted to health is going to be you doing damage to enemies. I have no idea why ChatGPT says anything. All right, Mariano, thanks for dropping by. Have a good one. Mighty Valoran's Wrath. Alright. Get the Foggy Bank Rift, kill the mob, get the shrine. Alright, we lose Pierce Res, unfortunately, so maybe these aren't great for the moment, but the roll's not bad. Yeah, Circuit Breaker's slightly different category, as Morndell's saying. You have something that procs at X% of health and either heals you or gives you more resistances. And like Oathkeeper, we have Resilience, which health drops below 2/3. We get additional healing effects increase, which means more regen and life leech. Also means more DA. Max all res, which is a form of damage reduction. All right, let me. We probably take Manticore, right? And let me do some devotion refunds quickly.
We must. The dead attack. I need some time to.
All right, let me. Guess I have to turn in a couple quests, but that's okay.
Greetings, child. I am. Let me clear your mind of regret. Stay strong.
All right, poison res is fixed now. God, we have no OA though. That's pretty abysmal. Hey, welcome in, Warmonger. Let's go talk to Barnabas, and maybe we'll get a good ring out of this. Corrosive of Dreeg's Gaze. Vit, Aether, and Bleed. You can call a Circuit Breaker passive sustain. It could also, depending on the Circuit Breaker, it's kind of like a get out of jail free card. It's basically, in some cases, in some cases, Circuit Breaker is, you screwed up, you should be dead, but because you have this, you get to live. Whereas others boost your sustain, reduce damage you take, things like that. Yes, we've got a Silk Swatch on our shoulders here. The regen doesn't require you to do anything, it's just there, so to me that feels like you could call that passive. Yeah, like, attack damage converted to health makes sense to think of as active in almost every case, with a few exceptions. But yeah, regen is passive. Just went right by Ulgrim. We might not actually have the fabric quest, so we have to pay attention. That's 2. Three, okay. Blast Shield's amazing. It's probably the best circuit breaker in the game. So it has a high percent of health that it procs at, so it means you're not really in danger of dying typically when it procs. And then, unless you're taking massive fizz hits or something, it makes you pretty darn close to immortal when it's up. And it has relatively low cooldown, so you can have at least, 1/3 uptime.
One of you. That's good work there, but is that so? The warden's defeat is a. So you must hide before.
All right, we'll push for path of the 3.
We speak. I cannot.
And we should probably put more points in Shadow Strike too.
So, you, the 3, go to the.
The emissary. The emissary.
I could hear the back. You show promise. Salile does not. The serve the. So, the servants of. Well, look what we.
Thank you for the follow. What do I call you? Trying to figure out how to what part of the name to attempt to pronounce. It's a very long one, and I don't want to butcher it too terribly. And is the T silent? So it's like Suki. So we can probably make that work. Anyway, welcome in. Glad to have you. Okay, drop portal, get Riftgate, get Shrine. All right, sounds good, Suki. Glacial of Ruins, Spectral Longsword, sure. Immovable of the Protector. Doesn't really seem that great. I'm sure it's fine, but okay, we've got 4 devotion points. We need some more red. We need 2 more red to get A-bomb. Let's actually go into town and think about this for a minute. Because the thing is, A-bomb has DR now, so we don't really need Yugal. That said, Yugal still has some fantastic nodes. It's good damage. Health, OA. It's a really nice life leech node. Like, it's still kind of hard to pass on. All right. Why don't we try Scorpion Sting? I think I'm going to put this on Guardians for now. Eventually we'll get... eventually we'll get Blade Spirits as well, so that we can have someone to proc Tainted... proc the A-Bomb. Tainted Eruption. Alright, let's go to Mornay.
Well, if you work fat areas, we have to hit them hard and fast.
Alright, let's move along. Hit level, I think it's 52 that we get the next... let me double check this. I think it's 52, so we should upgrade our weapons when we get there. I may just go back to normal to farm there because it's easier. Level 12, level 35. Oh, it's level 55. Okay, so good to know. I think Spectral Longsword is 52. Eventual Wraith is a little expensive on an SSF run, but I think it's still worth it. Three ectoplasms. Okay, so now we can take Rat.
Keep your weapon.
See if we get some armor upgrades from any of these guys. What was this? Stalwart of Destruction is not an amazing roll. Let's hope for something a little better, get some higher flat armor values as well. Aggressive of protection, so not really. Level 52, I mean it is more chaos res, so I guess in that sense it's an upgrade, but it's more armor. But you kind of hope for a resistance roll on something like that. Yeah, Grim Dawn is definitely more chill than either PoE game. And the advantage of Grim Dawn is also one of its disadvantages, which is that it doesn't really, outside of some stuff the community does, which hasn't happened in a while. We don't really do seasons. We'll probably have another community mod after the expansion releases, but that means Grim Dawn is a very good chill and play whenever game without any real fear of missing out. Devastating of Scorching. Alright, Devastating is interesting. Soulweave Girdle. Pierce. We lose Stun Res, but get a bunch of Pierce Res. That might be interesting. And I've only played PoE 2. I technically, I guess everyone technically owns PoE 1, but I kind of felt like I felt that I was too late getting into PoE for it to be worth it. But yeah, PoE 2, I would say hardcore is much less fair. Grim Dawn hardcore is very fair. I think if you die on hardcore in Grim Dawn 95% plus of the time, you know what killed you, and you know what you screwed up. Once in a blue moon, there's something that's maybe a little bit mysterious. Usually it's just a mechanic that you might not have known about because it was really obscure, but it's a fair game. Yeah, Force Wave is a really good starting skill. It'll get you through a lot of the content. I think a lot of it's a kind of a nice mix. It's a casting ability that you can kite and hit mobs from a distance a little bit, but Soldier also lets you be a bit face tanky. I think a lot of people start with Force Wave as a very early build, and then I think most of the people who are sick of Force Wave just played it a lot, which is why it gets memed on a little bit in some Grim Dawn circles, but it's not by any means a bad skill. For the hardest content in the game, it's probably not the best, but it's going to be a while before you get there, and it's reasonable for farming. Yeah, ragdoll physics is fun. Yeah. And I don't know if you got the definitive edition when you bought it, or if you just got the base game, but most people will also tell you that if you like Grim Dawn, you do want to get the DLC, at least Malmeth and Forgotten Gods, because they add a ton of quality of life and itemization and other things to the game that give it a lot more replayability. Yeah, there are little things that are a little sometimes not ideal, but I think for most of us who've played this game for a ton of hours, the strengths just dramatically outweigh the weaknesses. Like, game could use better tooltips. That's a very common gripe. But once you learn how something works, the tooltip becomes less crucial. And typically, you just learn how something works by asking. Because someone else has probably dealt with the same confusing tooltip and realized what it's actually supposed to do. Alright, we'll craft an imbued silver for the shrine. I guess we'll craft an enchanted flint and an amber too while we're at it. Alright, Voldrak, scariest boss that we face leveling. Alright, let's bait the ranged attack. Thunderstruck of Alacrity after all that. Yeah, Shadow Strike is my favorite skill in the game. So yeah. Voldrak, we just fought him very conservatively because he does have the ability to one-shot you, depending on the weapon he has.
Well, if it isn't, I haven't been. I came upon these refugees.
Okay, that makes the capitalization makes a huge difference in the how the name is displayed. Okay, we clicked on the corpse. We got the shrine. I kind of like Mortar Trap, but yeah, Stun Jocks I find rough. Yeah, I've I've played every skill in the game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think the reason Grim Dawn's not more popular, a lot of it is that people like the whole, or a lot of the people who are really into ARPGs like the concept of having seasons, which Grim Dawn only does unofficially through a community mod. I mean, it is a slightly older game, but I mean, so is Path of Exile. But Path of Grim Dawn, they continue to do even before they announced the expansion, which will be coming out this year, they spent a lot of time doing little balance tweaks and adjustments and such. So they've continued to work on the game for a long time, but a slight balance tweak is not the same as, say, a new Path of Exile League mechanic. So it can't really compete with that. Yeah, and I do think the smaller community does help reduce some of the toxicness. But like, if you want to do a competitive ladder, you're playing a different ARPG. If you just want to chill like in the old days of Diablo 1 or something, then Grim Dawn is great. And I think different ARPGs appeal to different types of people as well. There are folks who like spending a ton of time on one character, grinding out every last bit of experience, whereas Grim Dawn tends to favor people who are going to make a lot of alts and try different skills and item sets. I mean, another reason why Grim Dawn's not more popular is just bluntly that Crate does not do marketing. It's a small team, and it's not something they spend time and resources on. So a lot of people end up discovering Grim Dawn. Good lord, there's so many of these guys. Why is there a random global elite here? All things. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not die. Oof. Yeah, why are there Dranghools here? It's not a usual thing. Wait, did you die to Megara at one point, Morndale? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it's The way fully grown adults can behave on the internet is it's kind of absurd sometimes. It really is. Incorruptible of, I mean, of frostbite, no, but incorruptible, that's kind of a winner. +3 circle of slaughter, more crit to ring of steel. I mean, I feel like we equip this. We're comfortably overcapped on all of our elemental res, so we get the shrine and then turn in the quests.
Well, the world. Damn. Now that we're not in any. Come, friend. Right to business.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of understand some people's frustration about Fangs of Astrakarn. My view has pretty much been I never expected another expansion, so I'm playing with house money. It'll get here when it gets here. But I think one of the issues that, with Creighton not really doing marketing, one of the things that happens is things like expectation management and such. They're not great at, and a lot of other probably a lot of other companies are better at that part of the business, which is fine. But yeah, I think I get some of the frustration, but some of the people, the way they talk about it, they just get completely unhinged about it, and there's no justification for that. Yeah, Crate is really small, and they're working on a bunch of other stuff too. Like they've got the city builder, and they're working on I think an engine to try to that they want to use for real-time strategy game. Okay. So we do that. And we do Path of 3, re-summon our Guardians.
These are. I wasn't sure. I wish I'm going to.
I'll skip the plus. The Legion is split on two.
We'll take the Ward Stone. We fixed our Aether Res, which is nice. Yeah, that's also very true. A game delayed can be fantastic, and if you release too early, you can make a bad first impression unless you're really, really dedicated to fixing everything that went wrong. It can go south in a hurry. Like, not every and CDPR took a hit on the Cyberpunk. They did, in fairness, dedicate a lot of time to improving it, and the vast majority of people I've talked to have said yes, it's much better now. But I think for them it was maybe releasing too early, also a combination of that and trying to make it functional on old prior generation consoles, I think was the other problem they had. And I think if they didn't have the goodwill that they built up with Witcher 3, that probably would have been a lot worse for them. And I mean, the other thing, part of the delay for Fangs of Astrakarn is that I think Crate realizes this is it for Grim Dawn in terms of it's the final DLC they're ever going to release for it. So they think of new stuff that they want to include in it. So part of the reason it's delayed is because they're very ambitious with what they want to do. And I think that's generally a good problem to have. If you're going to delay something, delaying it by basically saying, yeah, this is going to have more content than we planned initially, is a good reason for a delay. I mean, I do wonder how much of the frustration is experienced Grim Dawn players versus people who are newer to the game who heard, oh, there's an expansion coming out, let me buy this. And then they're not getting the expansion. But they're also not really following the development schedule or what's going on. So I do think a lot of people who played Grim Dawn for a long time, like myself, look at this and say, we weren't planning on getting an expansion. This is a bonus. When it happens, cool. Like, I would love to have had Fangs of Astracharn last year. Of course I would, but I'm still getting an expansion I was never planning on getting. Whenever it comes out. Where is the cave? I'm gonna blame the sun coming in through a window on me not seeing this, but okay, there it is. And Marshy, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, one more level, and I think we need to upgrade our weapons. We can also put more points in Shadow Strike, which I'm going to do right now, but well, welcome in from the UK. We've got some people from the UK here, as well as the continent. Americans, Canadians. Think about someone from Singapore. Playing Grim Dawn for a few weeks. Yeah, it's I'm biased. It's my most played game of all time. I'm pretty confident in saying that. The only stuff that could possibly rival it would be things that I played before hour loggers existed, like Diablo 1. 14.6. Gosh, I feel like I listened to Tech in Morndale. I feel like a noob. I've got what like half of Tech's time, roughly. They could be all. No, okay. Thank goodness. We don't have to backtrack. Soldier Necro, so Death Knight. It's a very solid class. Lot of things you can do with that. Like Force Wave, Cadence, both work very nicely. Dodge that. Dodge the rocks. Finish off the queen. And exit. I think Soldier in general is a very good starter mastery for people. I do think Soldier is not in some ways is not the tankiest, but the ways in which Soldier is tanky are very intuitive. And the ways in which other masteries acquire their tankiness is a bit more obscure. Like, Soldier's the obvious tank, and then there are other masteries that that contribute in to toughness in different ways. Yeah, I mean, like Soldier. So Death Knight's really good for a melee build. If you want to play ranged, you have options like you probably want to do something with Inquisitor. You could play Shaman Inquisitor, or like Oathkeeper Inquisitor, so Paladin, Vindicator or Paladin. And if you want to play a caster, there are a lot of good options. Alright, you're probably gonna die from poison, right? Yeah.
There was much. I see my scouts have reported back.
Just the person I'm looking. There are two other groups of survivors in the region that we are aware of, but the one you call Occulant has asked to speak.
Oh, absolutely. I will get there one day, most likely. That hour count, but it'll be a while for me. I think for certain people, a particular game just gives them very close to exactly what they want out of a game, and they end up playing a ton of it because it's comfortable. There's new stuff to explore and learn, and it continues to be fun. Grim Dawn is definitely that for me. I also enjoy things like Hairbrain Scheme turn-based BattleTech game. I love the entire Dishonored franchise, and I have way fewer hours in those than Grim Dawn. But I think part of the reason for that is there are so many builds that you can do in so many different ways you can play Grim Dawn. Whereas, as much as say I love Dishonored, there's only so many combinations of skills you can use or challenge runs you can do. In BattleTech, after a while, the campaign gets to be a little bit grindy, especially if you're trying to go for max score. So you finish one of those and you just need to take a break. Grim Dawn, I finish making a build and I find something new I can play. Is D4 worth playing? I mean, some people like it. Supposedly it's gotten a lot better since launch. My impression from what I have seen versus directly experienced, since I haven't played the game, is that D4 is on the, and I don't mean this derisively, but D4 is on the casual end of the ARPG spectrum, in that if you just want to sit down for a couple hours, kill some mobs, and chill, and you're not as worried about learning detailed mechanics, and you want to play something with admittedly very good production value, Diablo 4 works. But I don't think it rewards expertise from what I've seen in the same way as a Grim Dawn, even like a Diablo 2. Definitely Path of Exile is like in its own class of rewarding knowledge. Yeah, that's a fair estimate, Suki, about Dishonored 2. Let's see, how much hours do I have? I've got, let's see, 147 in the original Dishonored. That includes the DLC with the where you can play as Dowd. Let's see, Dishonored 2. Dishonored 2, I've got 94, so I feel like there's still a lot more I can play with Dishonored 2. Death of the Outsider, 27. It's such a great game, though. Where are we? I'm sure there's some good stuff. I'm getting myself hyped for stuff that I'm going to pick up during the summer sale. That's probably been out 2 to 3 years, and I just never got around to. Summer Game Fest. Okay, we have the what is this? Rune Armor of Ignifer. Yeah, I don't care about that. It's entirely reasonable to pick up more stuff than I'm picking up now. I'm just extremely lazy before we get to Ultimate. I'm sure there are people who are excited for GTA 6. It's never been my kind of game, but I know there's a lot of hype in that one. Alright, Malkadar, where are you? Yeah, that would not surprise me. GTA 6 launch is going to be an event for sure. I was watching Chris Wilson did a podcast interview, whatever you want to call it, with Jonathan Rogers. I was watching them, and they were talking about planning, around other games when they do their leagues. They pretty much said, Jonathan pretty much said, for the most part, no. We just launch when we're ready to launch. We try not to start the same day or someone else, but we probably will plan around GTA 6 because that's the one game where they say, yeah, okay, we actually don't want to compete with that weekend. kind of crazy. It would be 2 to 3 years to get the PC version, but oh well. Yeah, I think I bought Titanfall 2 for like $3 at some point. The idea being maybe I try the single player campaign. I mean, what was obviously Concord was a massive flop. What was the there's a recent one that flopped after just got yanked after a couple of months. I mean, Concord was kind of their own fault, though. Like, if I wanted to play a hero shooter, I'm going to play the one that's free to play. That already has an established user base and everything like that. Like, the idea that you would pay money for something that is competing with free to play games, just to me seems silly. And well, surely EA will be better guys now that it's owned by the Saudi government and a bunch of private equity firms. I mean, nothing could possibly go wrong there. Put this on Ring of Steel for now. This little... Well, a pet will be proccing this at some point, but... Alright, let's drop down to normal because we have the area cleared already and I'm cheap with my dynamite. Yeah, Blind Assassin's a classic. It's one of the good blue sets. And we might get a pair of level 60 Dreeg pants that are... What is this? Rime Frosted Protections. Well, a little bit of Aether and Freeze Res, which is fine, but... I'm sure we can hopefully find something a little better. Vigorous of the Boar. So we lose a little Aether and Freeze Res, I guess, but a bunch of armor and more health. Alright, we'll do a few more runs. Aggressive of Alacrity. Yeah, we want damage. We are using Shadow Strike. We want poisoned of Alacrity. Okay, well that's at least poisoned. Something. Mighty of Thorns. Hot Garbage. Reset. I mean, Blind Assassin is designed to be a pierce damage set. You convert the cold over to pierce, and yeah, this is like a little hidden area called Hidden Path, fittingly enough. You have to dynamite to get to it. And it's probably the best place in the game to farm Rift Scourge Slicers, which are the Acid Shadow Strike weapon we're after. Blighted of Scorching? Really? Corrosive of Corrosion. Resonant of Frostbite. I think we'll do one more run through that area, and then we'll go back to Elite. Alright, let's see what gear we can spec into. Make the build a little bit stronger before we wrap up. Alright, this is our lightning res is a little if I take this ring off, but what else do we have?
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Okay, we lose stun res if we do this, but we get a bunch of pierce and 8th. I feel like that's just... Our stun res is still fine. We need a belt with more armor, so... Keep the anti-venom salve. We're still rocking level 15 boots. Something else, this has Aether and slow res. So if we take Green Crossroads, we can still get Ugal, which is probably the right thing to do still. And maybe we can get either this node for health and OA, or we just 2 points in torch for the 5% OA there. Let's see, armor rating 675 is not particularly fantastic. All right, now we have more Pierce res now, which means could actually use the fortified doublet. It's Vit Aether Elemental res. Apparently less Vit than this, but all right, we'll pull the Chains of Oleron out of this. Stalwart Destruction. Devastating of Scorching. The other thing we had was Aggressive of Protection. I think we'll take Aggressive of Protection. Unless... these are plus to Righteous Fervor, but... Alright, I think we're going to kind of patiently wait out better boots dropping. Let me turn in some quests. I think we'll call it after that.
I am told I could not win the Legion was for. I've already informed.
Honored with Black Legion, perfect. All right, we can buy the Black Legion right now that we're honored. That's we have to remember to do that right away. Otherwise we forget and the rep grind gets worse. And we can turn in the Malkadar quest and the Devil's Crossing food quest.
I'll know what you do. I'll know what you...
We have plenty of seals, so there's also the Ethereal Essence quest, and we'll do that quest probably next time because that will also get us access to a shrine. All right, let me get a Grim Tools, and we'll find somebody to raid. All right, let's see who I can, if anyone's on that I can send you guys over to. All right, Warborn is on, so I will send you guys over his way. Appreciate everyone hanging out. I will be back playing more Grim Dawn Tuesday evening starting at 4 Eastern Time US. So we'll be continuing this build. All right, guys, have a good rest of your weekend, and I will see you next time.